Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I am your host down the Crypto TA. It's getting a little bit of a late start this morning. I do apologize as I'm sitting here still trying to get things set up, but Bitcoin looking pretty good from the weekend, from Friday and up until today. Everything looks pretty nice here. We are starting to push into some resistance. There's still a possibility that we can come up here and sweep this liquidity right here from this mother bar here. So just be aware of that. If you are, I don't know if you're in a long position, if you're in a short position, are you seeking a short position right now? We're still looking pretty good in here, so I would not fade the move just yet. Now, this is just a weekly time frame. I'm going to push out a little bit more in here over here to the 15-minute time frame. I mean, weekly. I mean, the chart is shaping up really good. I said that on Friday that it looks a lot better, and it does. It looks a lot better. It looks a lot better, but um, still getting ready to face a little bit of resistance in here. 4 hour looks a little cooked to me. So we'll see how they want to move the market when market opens today. I wouldn't expect too much price action. We really didn't get a whole lot of price movement. They kind of kept it sideways for the most part. You can see all through here how sideways we are. And then, the few times that we did, well, this was Friday right here. But all through here, they just really kept us sideways. They started to move it a little bit more once we came into Sunday. But yeah, we've been pretty steady. Pretty steady here in price action. Again, 4 hour does look a little bit cooked. So a little bit cooked. Trying to see if we can't push up higher into like this prior weekly here, or even back here into this 5 EMA here from the weekly time frame. I wouldn't expect any more than that coming into this move. Ethereum, same situation here. Ethereum, I'm really interested in Ethereum on the 4 hour time frame. If you recall this line right here that we were getting stopped out at before, it has now flipped into support, and we are hitting the lows over here, the prior lows from back here. And that's giving us a little bit of resistance right here for Ethereum right now. Ethereum's same situation is pretty extended from what I can see from the 4 hour time frame. It's not actually the RSI that's giving it to me, but it does look a bit extended here on the 4 hour as well. So whatever we get, I would expect for that to be a final push before we see a correction. But regardless, the chart still looks really nice. Still looks really nice. We get through here, then I expect for us to find some resistance back here at the low side of our support resistance zone here at $3,084 here. Solana's a little bit of a different story, as it really not really feeling Solana's price action this morning. It's not up to par with what I'm seeing with Bitcoin and Ethereum. And again, it could be because Solana at the time is not performing as well against Ethereum. This looks like it could shape up to be a little bit of an inverse head and shoulder. That's something that we were looking for as a possible play, but didn't happen. And that was on Thursday. It didn't happen. Let me see. Right now, we're just back at the top side of this falling wedge formation in here. Maybe it decides it wants to pop off, and if it does, then I mean, at best, maybe it could do 144. Solana on the 4 hour. And and I'm looking at this from a different PC, so has a nice little squeeze on that 4 hour time frame. So 4 hour is not as cooked as Ethereum and Bitcoin. I can't say that. So if we do pop out, then I'll be looking for price action to come back up here towards this 144 if we do pop out here. Just kind of watch out for that. It's been constantly tapping on this top trend line right here, constantly tapping on it, constantly tapping on it. So that means it's looking to break. In my opinion, I would say we break up because it's wanting to be up under it a little bit too much. So you short, you might need to abort unless you're short from up here. Okay. I will jump on here and show you the squeeze. I just need to get my chart back to how I was looking at it over here. All right, let me drop that. All right, so it's gonna look different from the chart that I was just looking at, but oh, that's because I got you on the daily. So you can see the squeeze right here up against the trend line right here. So you see that squeeze right there. And like I said, if it pops out, I'll be looking forward to get some sort of a reaction right here. I might even look to take a short from it right here. But another chart that's starting to look a lot better, but definitely squeezing here up against this trend line right now. That's a nice look. And you can see here, we also got the standard deviation to kind of sideways in here. So, I mean, it's not like we wouldn't still be going sideways on Solana, but that's what I'd be looking for. Also, I'm gonna put back on my EMAs for this one. Yep. About that 144, 147. That's gonna be the look today for Solana. All right, let me see here. VIX this morning sitting just below the support level here at 1529. Cool. Yeah. So maybe the market wakes up ready to move up a little bit more. I would still be looking out for this drop here, for VIX to drop into here and to hold here, and then we'll end up seeing something different as the day matures. Maybe even once market opens, we'll see how long it takes for price action to get down to here. Total 2 excluding Bitcoin. Same situation. You see a nice move out of your altcoins today. That's something that I would be looking for. I don't necessarily know that price would get back up here to this top side of this trend line. And at this point, this pattern probably isn't the move anymore. It's probably not the move anymore. It worked for when it worked, and now it's done. It's done. At the end of the day, this pattern right here could have been shifted to like this, and that's done. So maybe it comes back in here, does a little back test of it. That'll be somewhere around where we have that 1.29 trillion. So if you're seeing your altcoins move, I mean, it could be a good way of streamlining a top on them. There's no way I would be able to go through all of them. I'm gonna move this out of the way. I'm just gonna stretch this out like that. And then let's see here, USDT dominance hasn't quite tapped down here into this line just yet, but every time we get into resistance, it offers Bitcoin a move. If it comes back to this trend line this time, I would be thinking that it would hold on, for Bitcoin, what we doing? Might bounce again off of this right here. And we run through here. I mean, resistance isn't too far off down here. I mean, support still, it has there's a ton of support through here. Ton of support down through here. Ton of resistance going up, or at least not as much resistance going up. Like, it has a lot more room to move up, as opposed to once it drops down, there's several zones or areas that we could say will give price USDT dominance, some sort of support. Um, we'll see if it wants to bounce again from here. If not, then we'll get a little bit more, like I was saying with Bitcoin, up to that 5. That looks about right. That looks about how we would do it here on USDT dominance to break this trend line and probably find support here off of this box here again. Maybe even just doing a back test of this trend line breakout here from the wedgie structure that we have in here. Looks like a prime setup for today. Also on Bitcoin too. Let me just pop back. I'm gonna pop back over there in a minute. Actually, let me see what else we got in here. Yeah, that's Solana versus Ethereum. Not rolling over quite a bit here. As long as it doesn't come back down here and take out this low, it's a higher low, and then we can see it start to outperform Ethereum once again. It's one of one of the big altcoins that large cap coins that actually was sitting in this bear market territory. So I think that looks good. I did look at the charts in a different aspect from the 3-month time frame. Typically I use the monthly in crypto, and I use the 3-month when I'm analyzing the doing macro analysis for the stock market. I tend to use a quarterly chart. So I was looking at the 3-month for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana, and let me tell you, I found something in there that was really, really interesting in regards to whether or not this could pose as a potential bottom. I said I think that I have a measured move for where I think price goes. It actually confirms both of things that I'm saying right now, because with Bitcoin, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but I'm a broken record, right? So with Bitcoin, I know that my theory, my idea, and I think we're hearing it a lot more across the space, but my idea was that Bitcoin does what it did over here. And for me, it was all based off of the EMA ribbon here, and it was based off of the 60. Now this is the 20 off the 26, off the 26 EMA here. That's what it was based off of for me. So I don't know how anybody else came to their conclusion. I don't regurgitate behind anybody else. I do my own analysis. And this is something that I've been talking about on the channel for a long time here. And just recently I threw up the 382 50% retracement, because that's about what we did over here. In fact, that was all we did over here. And also the head and shoulder formation, but so many people are saying it now, I don't even want to entertain it anymore. But the things that I did find in the 3-month time frame does indicate that if we did fall through here, that this could likely be as low. And I said that I don't think that we do what we did prior in terms of coming into the golden pocket, not golden pocket, but the 786.886. I don't think that we do that. I did a whole video on this almost about a year now, when I did this video talking about where we usually blah 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 786.886. So that's another thing a lot of people have. Anyway, I don't think that we drop below this point right here. This is where my indicator marks out the low for the bear market at. If we're in a bear market, and technically I would have to say that we are, based on how the technicals looked every time we did get a major correction off of the monthly time frame. So that's why I'm saying that. And I'm gonna stick with that until it proves me wrong, which means it comes up here and it takes out this high. Right? Until then, there's some confluence to this right here actually being as far as price pulls back to right here. Right now, we're still working on these two candles up here to this upside right here. Now, I have been noticing that we have not seen a cross between the and that's because the month hasn't closed either. Like, it's so easy for it to validate, to show a cross, and then invalidate that cross. And we still got about another week here um, for it to do that. It doesn't stop the move from happening. It wasn't crossed right here just yet either. So, yeah, looking for those two green candles to the upside here. So eventually, we should see price action getting up here to $100,000 range, be it this month or be it next month. That's something that we should expect to see before we see any sort of a rollover for a move down into here to the golden pocket. Even the 50% retracement, but what I'm looking at was has to do with this golden pocket. Um, it's about to show you something else here, and it was a 4 hour. All right, so just what I said before, this you can probably not really see it that great, but the 5 EMA here from the weekly time frame, golden pocket right here as well. If, for example, we do see that rollover, well, if we do, for example, start to push in here a little bit more, I don't expect for us to. I really am not expecting for us to break outside of this ascending line in here, but I don't want to take the probability off the table of that 10 right there. We are again cooked a little bit on the 4 hour time frame, but there's a squeeze here, and we're outside of that Bollinger. So I'm considering that as something you don't want to fade just yet because we are outside of it. And it could just be the fact that we have really low liquidity at the moment, and it's a lot easier to move the market. Looking to grab this liquidity today. $200 EMA right here. This is where we had seen a few rejections at prior right there. So we'll keep this. Try to set that for 1. I'm projecting. Let's see how this goes. take a look here at some of the faves. Hyperliquid hitting resistance from, let me zoom out for you. The wedgie structure that Hyperliquid broke down from is what we're back testing right now on it. So that's what you're seeing price action get a little bit of a reaction off of right here. I was trying to make sure it wasn't coming in from that low there. I'm afraid that this trend line right here we're backed up into. This is the parallel block that we dropped. I think we did this on Friday. I think that was Friday. Could have been Thursday, but it was last week. Towards the end of last week, where we dropped this parallel in here. And we did it based on the weekly. I think we did this based on the weekly. I don't know why I would have done it any other way. But anyway, you can see that that's where it caught some support at right there too. Yeah, I don't know why I would have done it any other way. No, I don't think I used it daily. And let me adjust this because it looks a little off. We'll set it like that. I don't know what I had it set to before, but it looked a lot cleaner from how I had it set before. I don't know what I did or what I used. Anyway, just gonna have to go with that. Let me stick with 4. A lot more stuff over here. It seems reasonable to me that Hyperliquid will be able to get back inside of the triangle. And we can just probably consider this to be some sort of an overshoot or something like that. I like the structure in here so far, where it seems to be holding a higher low down here. So, I mean, it seems like doable for it to get back in here and push back up here towards the top side of that trend line once again. Maybe then drop back in and put in a higher low within the triangular formation and then get the push on the outside of it. Growth would still be stifled, but it seems likable that it does break up through this resistance. Right now, resistance is resistance, and that's where you would take a short, but you'd probably be a little late to the party on this one. You see XRP today. And I haven't adjusted any of this information in here, so I know it's wrong. And I'm talking about the previous day low, previous day high, weekly level, previous day, previous week low. None of that has been updated. So, not a lot has changed with XRPZ. Yeah, not a lot has changed, so it really isn't much to talk about. I'm just gonna put that like so, like that. I didn't add too many over here anyway. It's still bear diving. Um, but oof, oof, oof. I don't want you. Want you. Let me see. XRP using this indicator I'm not using on this chart. Yeah, it's another one. I don't want to start a false move Monday thing, but if it breaks to the upside, it's almost likely to get tossed back down pretty quick. 4 hour looks a little bit just say it's on support right now. Um 4 hour looks like it's waiting to roll over here on XRP2. So I'm gonna assume that the 4 hours looking to roll over on just about everything, with the exception of Solana, which didn't look too bad on that 4 hour. Didn't look too bad on that 4 hour. Crow did some crazy crap, obviously. Obviously. Crow's been doing some crazy crap. Um Currently potential for an inverse head and shoulder right here. Let me see if I can see it in the indicator at all. I don't, but this would be putting in another bear div. I don't really get into Crow. No, I don't even know why I stopped to look at Crow chart. What was this on BNB? Okay, let me just see ADA. I haven't updated this either, but ADA's been holding the higher low right here, shaping up pretty good so far. ADA looks like it could go. Yeah, even that would be good for it, even if it set that like that is above that previous day high, previous day low. I mean, like we were saying, like this is really like a make or break right here for ADA, and it really needs to hold in here, because if it's not holding here, then it's gonna do something really, really upsetting for the Cardano community. If it pushes up, probably catching here. It'd be good still if it that's still going to be a nice move for it if it pushes up here into this 38 in here, maybe even take liquidity from here. That's going to be a really good look. That could be the transition of this being a low for ADA, and ADA managing to get back, in some safer territory here. So I wouldn't look for too much beyond this. This has a pretty wide gap in here. Look like it would act as resistance. So if ADA comes up here to about this 38, that might drop this all the way in. Try to do a 50, but I can't. And no, I don't think that happens. I'm gonna pull this back in. Yeah. It's a nice squeeze right here. First time I seen a squeeze in here on the EMA ribbons. So pretty sure that Bollinger is reading the same thing somewhat. Let me see on the 4. Very wide mouth. Okay. A hill standard deviation 1. It's been bouncing off of that, kind of rejecting off of the 20 SMA here. It has potential to at least do that. Come up here towards standard deviation 2 here to the upside. See that rejection. Yeah, that looks doable. That looks doable. I like it. It looks like we tried to come back into this little parallel channel in here. There's too many lines going on. I'm going to drop this parallel channel. It's too much. Too much, too much. This was the resistance zone that we were looking at the last time when we got the rejection. So, nice bounce off of the golden pocket here. Got nothing for this. It's just been in a consolidation range right here so far. Daily. Looks like daily might have been bear diving a little bit. Just not confirming it just yet. See 2-day. I mean, more upside. It's just slow right now. Just hitting the resistance through here from these lows, but I do expect to see a little bit more upside here for Zcash. At this point, I don't even think that price action has made it up to a golden pocket just yet. Not yet. So at least we do that before we see another pushback down here. This looks pretty decent in here, especially if we can go ahead and get that cross in here on this daily 2-day time frame. I like that. Were we there on the daily already? Yeah, we done it here on the daily. Haven't crossed the zero. The MACD hasn't crossed the zero line, but it's pushing up here towards it. So not too far off from that coming to fruition here. So I like it. I like it. I'm still holding what I still have on this position from this VWAP. I'm not going to get carried away on altcoins. Not today. I don't have any new positions open on my personal account right now. I'm still holding that Solana short from 139, but that's about it. On the prop account that I've been playing around with, I did open up a short position on Ethereum, and at the moment, I think that is, yeah, that's underwater. It's underwater. I did it yesterday. Um, I did it yesterday on Ethereum from where were we at? I think we were right in here, and then we got this small pullback, and then it pushed back up against me, and I made the position super small because it's the weekend. I don't really play around too much, so because I know that it doesn't take much to move the market, so it's really small position size, which is why I just let it run against me. But I'm underwater on that position. I'm gonna push this out to no, I'm not gonna do that. Hold on. I'm just gonna switch my chart to 15. Mm, mm, sorry, I just want to see something. Mm. All right, this is gonna be pretty slow. Um, know what chart I've been watching this weekend? Just kind of melting into. It's not crypto. It's stock market and it's Nike's chart. I just happened to notice a lot of rhetoric around it, and I knew that Nike had, been falling for quite a while now. In fact, it's been in a downtrend since COVID, since the whole COVID thing. Can we say that word? I don't know if we can say that word. Yeah, I mean it's in the atmosphere now, but it's really interesting. I think it has the potential of having put in a bottom. And I was comparing it to whose chart was I comparing this to? Let me see if I put both of them over here. I'm eating a disgusting protein waffle. It's disgusting. Let me see. I'm just trying to decide whether or not I want to invest in it. I don't really need to add another stock to my portfolio. While we just kind of chilling, I do want to take a look at that. I was comparing it to First Capital. That's what it was. I have to cover stocks, so I'm gonna take a look at that. So this is Nike. I'm gonna put you over here on a. Let's go with this. Let's see, this is a monthly. This is the monthly chart for Nike. Right here, all time, and you can see how much it's fallen from here to here. It's like a 70% drop at the moment. It's about a 67. If you, I mean, this doesn't factor in what's happening right now with pre-market, but big drop for Nike, and it's not because the Nike brand isn't hitting anymore. Because Nike has, I mean, they have Nike, they have Jordan, they have Converse. I mean, got competition too, but it's just their strategy at the moment kind of threw them off right in here. I was looking at some of the technical stuff in here. It's like this VWAP right here. This VWAP is the one. This is standard deviation 1 off of that VWAP. This is from the start of Nike here on New York Stock Exchange. This is from the start. That's where this is dropped from. You know, I like to use VWAP only on high time frames like this. I don't really care for it. You know, a lot of people use it on lower time frames. I don't like it like that. But this bounce here from here, that looks good. Also compared it with I got notes. All right, so you got that. Where's my EMAs at? Right here. Now this area right here for Nike is very, very crucial. This right here. Nike really needs to hold this low right in here. But I'm taking into account that if Nike for some reason, has to come in and take out that low, that it will likely get a reaction from this 400 right here. It got the reaction in here off of the 120. It got the reaction in here off of the 200. And I expect for it, if only if it comes in and take out this low, then I will be looking right here at this 48.34. Now I might consider something with Nike there, but I know how critical this is right here. This level is through here. I identified two more zones in here it can hold, but I understand how critical this level right here is for Nike. So I'm really looking for Nike to hold in here. This is it. I'm looking for it to hold in here. Um, this is also, you see how I got in here standard deviation 1 in here for Nike on this time frame. So I think it had just slipped right below oh, it's 6 months, sorry. I think it had just slipped right below that. It's standard deviation 2 on this 1 month time frame. It's standard deviation 2 that it will be popping back into, as it has been rejecting off of the 20 SMA. So it's just kind of, you can see the wedgie structure going down through here on Nike. Now the only chart in here that really concerns me is this three-month in here, how I have it as expanding. You know what I say about price action getting trapped in between 1 and 2. Just really not a good look when it gets trapped in between 1 and 2. This is the only chart that concerns me. That price action could potentially come in here and not hold the support for this low. But aside from that, I actually like this chart. I really, really like this chart. And if Nike slips through here, then what I was looking at was somewhere down in 20. What's I looking at? And when I posted, I didn't post this 34 one in here. I was looking straight down here for a roundabout in here, which is where we saw VWAP was sitting at. So I was looking at this only, thinking if it slipped through this zone right here, then there's a high chance that it comes down into here. Even when I did the raise, I didn't have anything between here either. It still put it down there. Where my raise at? Right here. Even when I did the raise, it came out right here. It didn't give me anything through here, but I could have said the same thing right here. I don't see anything through here and it wouldn't hold. But if I was just looking at the raise alone, but I threw that 34.92 in here. It really needs to hold right here. I was looking at it on the reason why I'm saying it really needs to hold right here is because I think it was I'm about to find out which one it was. I'm about to find out. It was let's see. Let me turn this back on. I love the Bollinger. Let's go 1 year. So, but we're pushing, but it's pushing below that 20 SMA. This crap needs to hold. It needs to hold. It needs to hold. It needs to get back above that on the 6. It's gonna be outside. I mean, it's already outside of It's already outside of what it's ever done before. This is dire. Because everything in here, everything that I'm seeing for the most part indicates that if Nike's not holding here, you'll be able to pick it up around 20 something bucks. I would hate that. So that's why I got that support drone in here, and I took out that center one. That center one was a last a last action, just saying if there was a place to find some support in the center, it would be this right here. I'm not scared to buy it. I just trying to decide if I want to. So I'm puzzled. I'm puzzled with this situation. Bitcoin still sitting in the same spot. Puzzled with this situation if whether or not I want to make this investment in Nike. Seems like a good risk on spot. Seems like it. I would say it was definitely overvalued in my opinion, but thought it was definitely overvalued. I was looking at the fact that this was, I mean, just last year it started trading below the 50% retracement. Right here on the 6 month, never been below it on the 6 month. It doesn't. This right here indicates a strong bounce is going to come back through on it. That indicates that, and then the 12 month is sitting right down here at the 50%, which means it could be a bounce on this right here. How it's sitting all the way outside of this, that's usually a comeback hit. And I compared this to what was it? Hold on, let me turn this back on so I can make sure this is the nope. Yeah, I compared this to FCB. So First Capital, First Capital Bank, FCAP. So you see how FCAP did the same thing, where the 6 month rolled all the way down here on the standard deviation one right here before recovering back up. Now this is one I was thinking about shorting. I'll be a little bit too late, but I was like, eh. I heard somebody saying that there were some buy signals for this. I'm thinking to myself, nah, son, nah, you buying this, you crazy right now. You crazy right now if you buying this. And even if it did push up a little bit more and push out, it would still be a short. It is not a buy. But I'm looking at Nike and I'm comparing it to this. And I looked at another chart as well that might have been, just as bad like this. Yeah, it's about the same amount, same move, same move. Come here. That'd probably be the only difference. Nike was bouncing off of the VWAP, not VWAP, standard deviation too. Let me see what this thing is at. And this is this ain't making it. It's making sense to me. Why Signal would be saying to buy this, I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me. Definitely a short. I can't short it on any of the platforms that I use, and I'm not about to start getting leverage from. Nah. Yeah, this though. I'll put it right there. but I like that. This was the other thing with Nike I looked at. Also was this indicator right here. It's similar. It's kind of similar to Bollinger. It uses a different metric though than the Bollinger Band uses. Let me show you from. Let's see. I think I was dealing with the different time frame, but right here, like the same way I would do with the crypto space, where you can see the low through here. That's crucial. Again, that low is crucial. Shouldn't see an expansion in here. Just shouldn't see an expansion in here. Like this should do it. And the thing about this indicator right here is knowing which time frame you have to be on. And for me, I'm usually a 3 month in the stock market. Now, if something is overkill, then yeah, you have to zoom out some more. But something, typically I'm looking at the 3 month time frame to see where with this indicator where price action would likely find a bounce at. Like I would expect for it to come back to this cloud, but I would expect for it to not expand this cloud. And you can see right here, it expanded it on this 3 month time frame. It expanded it right across here. I might buy a little bit. I'm thinking about that. Thinking I might buy a little bit of this. Just a little bit. Eli Lilly. That's gonna be Eli Lilly one day. Strategy right now. Best Buy right now. Novo Nordisk is what we found in our support at. Who is this? DoorDash. The 102, huh? See, Intel, this 3 month probably wouldn't have been, well, it did here and with the small expansion right here. Small expansion right here. Much larger expansion through there. See, 6 month. AMD. This is like my fear for Solana. But when I looked at it again on the 3-month time frame, it didn't look bad unless we lose that. Tesla back in the day. And some of these just don't have enough data. Let me see Broadcom real quick. Whilst we here, Broadcom. Let me take that off. Looking pretty good from what we were looking at. Or saying, a little bounce up from here. A little bit of resistance in here. But I think that this is A, and then we hit B in here, and then we come back down on Broadcom, maybe even filling in this gap all the way in here. But I wouldn't expect to see it below, trading like closing below here. I wouldn't expect that. But again, like I said, I did think that we would bounce from here. And now just looking for a move into one of these right here. See where where B is gonna stop out at. But if you see it trading above here, then it's in the happy space, and it might just continue doing that. But right now, I do believe this is an ABC right here for Broadcom. I know what Tesla ended up doing, because I was assuming Tesla probably put in a lower high, and it did not put in a lower high. Well, I'll be dang. It did not put in that lower high. And it did come back up here to euphoria. Hold on. No. Let me zoom out. It didn't get back up there. So it is putting in the lower high. That's what I was looking at this time frame. And I think it'll probably put in a lower high, only because it took out the prior day low. It took out that previous day low. So I was thinking maybe it'll come up here, put in a lower high. I mean, the day is still young. This was from last week. Still got time this week to come up here and prove that wrong by breaking through here. You don't want to fade it if it gets through here. Do not fade it if it gets through there. Let me just look back at Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. Okay. Tesla's just one I don't see myself. I tried trading it one day though, but I wouldn't. And I've had it in my portfolio before, my stock portfolio, but I sold. I just don't like. I don't like how often, and this is very often, that Tesla can put out some, terrible earnings numbers, or not so great earning numbers, and still pump. Like, I don't like it. Fundamentals, yeah, no, I don't like how it moves against the fundamentals, so I don't mess with that too much. Not too much. Robinhood, because Robinhood got me. Look at that. Look at that. When did I do this? Friday? Well, keep on pumping, Hood. Hood, again, I do still think that Hood is potential. I can't say that it is. Potentially, this is, we're going to go up and complete a wave 5, and this is just a 4. I hope so, but we got to start chopping up here. Chopping up some of these highs in here. Oh, okay. What did I base this on? What could it have been? It was that. That's what it was. Overextended. It's diverging right now. I hope it continues though. That'd be great, but it does have bear div. Still not doing anything in crypto just yet. There's really nothing else over here that I really wanted to look at. I just wanted to talk about Nike, to be honest with you, because I think I might pick up some Nike. This thing right here. Where are my lines? I got it wrong, guys. I got it wrong by saying I wouldn't buy it. Even though my only reason for watching this chart was because of the unusual activity, and it just keeps pushing up here. I just didn't think it was a good idea to buy the top. I just didn't think it was going to be a good idea to buy the top. But I guess that worked. I'm still killing that app. That app. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna pay for it. Not the amount that they want every month or for a year for it. I'm not gonna pay that. But dang, I still wouldn't have taken the trade. I started to feel wrong once price came up here and hit this trend line. But I still wouldn't have taken it. GE. It's just 11% off of the high. So there's your target. 315 is supposed to be the target. This is 313, but 315 is supposed to be the target. That's just below hitting here. It's a 1 month. It's a 1 week. Yeah, this got to be updated. I'm gonna have to move away from the weekly stuff. I really hate the weekly stuff because I have to continuously update the weekly stuff. Well, I'm assuming maybe AMD will try to go up here and break through that trend line this time. I was looking for. I wasn't looking for it to hold this weekly top up here. I was looking for it to drop into the 180, which is the measure move for the head and shoulder formation. But if it does come up here, then we'll just consider this a done deal. Like I said, this could end up being a double bottom in here, and if it breaks through here, then I'll be looking for it to get back into this 265, that weekly level up there. This would be invalidated for me here because then it'll be breaking above or trading above this pivot right here. as opposed to having to wait on it to close above his shoulder to be breaking that instead. So didn't get the rest of that move. It looks strong enough. Let's have to see if it does so. I don't think this is worth the time. It's probably not. I can drop that and drop this. So this will be no bueno. I'm sorry. Intel. Okay. From what we just saw on Intel, I mean, if it's going to do anything glorious, first of all, be trading above here, trading above 40. Again, this time it comes up because it could actually hold it back down as resistance. But if it comes up, because I think it was doing it before, yeah. If it comes up and it starts trading above here, what we saw was what, about 47, 47 or something. What was that? What did we see? I'm gonna do 3 month. Oh, that's what it was. I added the ikimo. I can't even say that word. Ikimoku. I want to sound stupid. The eek cloud to that Nike chart, and I could see it was starting to flip right there at that lower level too. So that's crucial. Yeah. So what? No, 55 to 68. If it's trading, if it's able to get through here. I mean, we know that it was hitting the resistance wall down through here as well, and then it started rejecting off of euphoria. But if it comes up and let's just say if it gets above this point right here, and be looking for that 55 to 68 price target in here. There is no sort of pressure coming in off of this right here. Like this cloud isn't dropping down or anything. So I wouldn't expect for it to do anything crazy coming up. Um, with this space in between it, just maybe get in here and reject the first time and then later on continue up. But this is a long time. Like this is crazy. This is a long time. This is a long time. That's what it was too. It was this this right here. We found, yeah, it was in it, and it was this 3 month chart too. So you can see how it's sitting inside the cloud in here as opposed to my own cloud, and then you can see this flip happening right here. So very important area right here for Nike. Very important area. I'll take a $20 Nike, but dang, Nike need to get up from here. Needs to get up from here. Get up, Nike. This is what happened the other day. This was Thursday. It got a lot of people talking tariff related, blah 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 blah. I really haven't studied this indicator. Usually I can get in here and tell you about an indicator, but I haven't really studied the Moku. That's why I can't even say it. Haven't really studied that, so I don't know. I don't know. Once I do, though, I'll tell you everything brand new about it. Hmm. Nothing's really changed as far as the 4 hour is concerned. So I'll end up on this. Yeah. We've hammered these lows enough, in my opinion, but I guess we still have people not willing to really sell in here. I still got a bunch of, yeah. Diamond hands in here. Let's take a look at this 3 month. Let's hide my drawings. I think it was this 3 month that I was fascinated with. I think it was the 3 month. There's no way we do this, in my opinion. Doesn't happen. Did anybody bet on the Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua fight? I would almost wager Bedger on Bitcoin that it doesn't do that 786.886 this time. That's my thoughts. It doesn't do that. 9 days left on this 3 month. Probably won't extend too much, but God, I love that. I love that. And at some point, we know it will break, and when it does, this is what I'm looking for. That's it. That's definitely it. Back into this 20 SMA. That's it. That's it. Over slipped it a little bit right here, and this will move, and then it'll slip it a little bit right here, but it doesn't mean that it that this doesn't be it. I think this is it. If we get that right now, we're still in the trap. We're still in harmony. And then I looked at Ethereum on this 3 month. Actually, let me just go to Ethereum's chart. I don't want to do it from Bitcoin's. Let's go to ETH. We're still battling this resistance right here. I think I was able to, hold on. We had that. What I got in here. And you can already see I don't. What is that? Whatever it is, I don't seem to have it on. Do I have it on? I don't know. Maybe I just did this. I think I might have just did this. Actually, let me see if I just did this. 3 month. Yeah, I just did this. And I messed that up. All right. Because when I was looking at it, yeah. Turn it off for now. And we have looked at Ethereum on this 3 month time frame with the Bollingers. We did look at this one, and that's how we were able to assess. Hey, this isn't something that's about to go to $10,000. Not this. This doesn't imply that. I mean, Ethereum already with the great bounce off of the golden pocket, point of control, 200 EMA. I think that's what we got on Ethereum. Yeah, that was already a good bounce for Ethereum, golden pocket, 200 EMA, and point of control. So if it does break that point of control, we know we had already looked at over here for Ethereum, possibly the value area low, and if not, then VWAP. But just looking at this 3 month, let's see, because the value area low at 21.47. I just sync that over here. Where is it? Did I not just? It's Coinbase. Oh, I didn't sync it. Okay, that's just the low of this box right here. And then this is down here where VWAP is, which maybe Ethereum can. It's not. It's not really my thought right now. It doesn't really change anything. It just says that these are still the three likely territories here. Well, we got the bounce from the point of control in the 200 EMA and the golden pocket here, where value area low is 786, and then you have this level in here where we've seen price action flip this into support, flipped it into support, flipped it into support, flipped it into support. That if it comes down, I would want to see it hold that support again, which also means that we would not want to be trading below this little point right here. And then we have the trend line, the VWAP, and then standard deviation 1. This is outdated. I'll do that later. I guess there really is no new analysis here for Ethereum. Cool beans. Besides, that could have actually been the low. And I don't know what this was at the time when this happened. That could actually be the low. Before I was looking, it's not the 4 hour, but just crypto space in general, Bitcoin, Solana, Ethereum, specifically Bitcoin and Ethereum. One more little pullback, no lower low, but one more little pullback, and we continue to ascend a little bit higher. Not saying we're going to take out highs or anything like that, not take out the all-time high, but I mean, charts are looking pretty good. They look pretty good. That means this might be nothing. Yeah, that'll end up being nothing maybe. Weekly, we look pretty decent for continuation, but a pullback would happen before that. I wonder how we do with this though. This was the one time it was a major fail after crossing back up this grayed out one here. We put in this bull div on this fall. We put in a big bullish divergence. We're at the 20 SMA. SMA. $3,065, and you can see 3,060 was a rejection point. Got 2 TPs out of this that trade from Friday, and that was it. And the rest of it, Yeah, it didn't move much. It did not move much. And it was the only one that actually did come up and take that liquidity right here. Hmm. For Solana, I just kind of went through and marked out some places where the EMA ribbons would likely hold as, might see some sort of a reaction on it. Right now on this 1 hour time frame, we are hitting the 200 EMA, and then you have the 400 EMA right across here about 129.82. And I pushed out on my 4 hour time frame. I just highlighted this 130 in here, which is also going to be somewhere, not actually this one right here, but it's 130 right here, which I don't expect for price to get up in here. But I'm just saying, if some shenanigans happen, then you know that it can whip through here and then see a rejection because of this wide space in between these. This isn't something that actually is a, a yeah, this wide space in between here typically something that doesn't sustain in a push to the upside. So um, that 136, and then on the daily time frame, I just threw in the 132. But at the moment, everything down through here is actually holding as resistance. We got stopped out at this 400. The prior two times we came up through the two, we just came into this. So you can also consider like an SFP. I'm just going to pair where we are with our RSI. If we're in, I mean, just very euphoric, then I'm just going to pull the trigger on the short. Hopefully it's something at least into about 132. That would be good. Because when it comes back down, I don't expect for it to do too much. If we can get that. I never took one sip of my coffee, and it was so hot when I got it. And now it's not. And I do not want any iced coffee. Love, chubby cheeks. Yeah. My coffee got cold, and I didn't get to drink any of it. I'm gonna have to warm it up. Thank you.
Minute.
Yeah, hopefully the ceramic doesn't pop.
It would not.
It can. It's ceramic. Let's go Bitcoin with the boredom. Surely I've told you before that when I'm actually trading, I don't use these. I use the RSI, but I don't use the rest of it. I use the commodity channel. So the CCI, commodity channel index. I use this, and where I typically see the fade start to happen with this, and this is set for 20. I don't know what the standard is these days. I know it's not 20 because I had to come in and set it for 20 myself. Um, but whenever this white line gets all up into here around where the 100 is, that's usually where you start seeing the top end. Like CC hasn't turned down just yet, but this is typically where you start to see the topping at when this is all the way up here, because then this is going to want to reset, right? So you see it all the way up here. This is going to want to reset. You see it all the way up here. It's going to want to reset. Now this could happen first, where the CC turns down and pushes back below 100. But again, it's typically where it starts to become a bit toppy when it's up here. And you can see we're up here. So whatever it's doing in here, I do expect that pullback. It's up here. Then this is, wildly up there. Up there. I'm just saying this. I usually trade with the commodity channel index and the RSI, just those two. Nope. You have a higher chance of the trade working out in your favor. You're always, nothing's ever going to work 100% of the time. There's always going to be that one or two occasions, but it doesn't invalidate the strategy at all. When you have one or two occasions where it doesn't work out, and then you have 8 occasions that it does, like, you're not losing money. You're making more than you're losing. As long as your sizing and everything else is staying consistent until you get to a point where you're ready to change your size. As long as that's staying consistent, and you got one or two times where it doesn't work out, and your risk management is on point, you're not losing money. just a waiting game. Let me take a look and see what is actually performing pretty good right now. See what's strong. This, I would not trade any of these. I used to play around with this NYX thing, but nah. Don't have a clue what night is. Let me just click on it while I'm sitting here waiting on. Hold on. Hold up. Do it from this chart right here. Can easily back over here. So I'm just gonna look at what's strong, somewhat strong. And I said I don't know what this is. Night. This is pretty good. Whatever this is, I wouldn't trade it. But what are you? Night. Okay. It's probably some ridiculous 90, 80%, 90 probably. 90. Then I tell you 90, some stupid crap like that. 90 RSI, really? Like, I get euphoria. I get it. And there are a lot of things that are very euphoric. That was the test right there. Hangman. Assuming this hasn't got a pullback yet. I may not even get one. Assuming it didn't. I guess if it's counting that, yeah, it did. Yes, if you end this, you better hope it's a correction and not about to pull the rug off from up under your feet. Night. It's always the means. Adara. Well, it's definitely a short. Hmm. $33.75. And if you're lucky, then it'll drop into 283. But that would definitely, if somebody was shorting this, that would be a TP1. And then you may want to be out of it right here. Because whatever drop it gets, I can already see based on this, it'll likely be a weak low. At the moment, that's what it reads like. It would be a weak low. Like this was a weak low. This was a weak low. Those were good entry signals for those 2 week lows right there. Yeah. And this likely hasn't had a back test yet. RSI wasn't too bad. No, that's not too bad. Yeah, it did back test. Might do something like that. And then that would be extra. But right now, might range in here a little bit. Range in here a little bit before it even makes some sort of attempt down here. This 4 hour candle just open too. That's just taking out this low. Beat. Interesting. Look like on a 1 hour. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, this would definitely be asking for a lot as opposed to this. I actually like this one. It doesn't scare me. This one does not scare me. The other one doing the 90 RSI, that scares me. This one doesn't. Beat. That other thing is gone. I don't even know what it was. What was that? What was that other chart? Shucks. I can't remember what that other chart was, but it's not here anymore. What was that crap? It was above NYX. I might have to see if I can get back to it. Dang it. I'm not going to be able to get back to it. Why am I on the 3-month chart anyway? Oh, I see why. Let me see if I can get back to that thing. Altera. And then the other thing was night. That's what it was. It was not. It was. No, it wasn't that. Yeah, it was night. Okay, it popped back up. It was gone for a sec. Night. I like this one though. But it was night. Bitcoin still chilling. Still chilling. This thing ranks number 43. Like, why? Why? Where is this stuff coming from? Night. Let me put this back. I might add this to the watch list. Yeah, I'll add this to the watch list. Put it back how I had it. Beat. See if I can't find it. And it is in here, but I cannot trade it. Futures. Oh yeah, I can. I can. Beat. Looks different. Nah. On Blowfin, the price is like 417, but here it reads 444. No, sir. It looks different. Yeah, I won't be trying to trade that. It's totally different price. All right, I got it now. So I'll look back at it in a minute. Put this back on Bitcoin. I would let it come back up again because it probably will range in here for a little bit. It could. It could. Now we start to roll over this zero right here, which we're pretty close, but no bite just yet. But it looked like it would put in some bullish divergence first. So I would let it try again in here and then consider the short. It's too far from the top. All right, Bitcoin CC started to turn down on that 4-hour time frame. For the first time, it got that little bend in it. Could be putting in some bullish divs to drive Bitcoin price up for that final move right now, and then we'd be looking for that rejection to happen. But right now, it's still relatively in the same place. Nothing unusual that I got to jump back on that chart. Same thing with Ethereum as well. So with that being, then it's probably a squeeze. Probably a squeeze for that final push up. It's supposed to be on a 4-hour. Hold on, this is a 4-hour chart? No, it is our 15-minute chart. My bad. That feather right there. Ooh wee. That bird feather. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. That's a nice spread. Technically, they refer to it as an alligator mouth. I like to call it a feather. Mhm. Really got to see how this is affecting my position. Do we have any data today? It's Monday. We got nothing. This week, what do we have? We have core durable goods, prelim GDP, CB consumer confidence, Richmond manufacturing index. We have that tomorrow. We have unemployment claims on Wednesday. We have Bank of Japan, Governor Yuta speaks. I'm sure speaks is not his last name. He's speaking. um, yeah, we don't have a lot this week as it is coming into Christmas. So expect liquidity to be a lot lower here also, people. This is natural. What we're seeing right now, you got profit taken for taxes, tax purposes, people, spending money on gifts or whatever. It's the holidays, and you got tax season. So it is what it is right now. We get through all of that. Remember back in 2020, 2020, was it 2022, 2023, when Bitcoin got um, this move back here? It was the end of the year. It was December. I remember I was saying that I'm not a person that celebrates holidays. Um, and I was like, I can't sleep because it looks like we about to reverse. And sure enough, that was the move. These were the two head and shoulders that we got. So I was just looking back at this, measure move on those head and shoulders. I remember talking about this head and shoulder formation in here. You can see how well that played out. See that? It's actually was 15,677, and our low was 15,476. Then we got the little inverse, and the inverse head and shoulder measured just back up here to the lows in here. But that didn't stop price action. We put in this little double top formation, and we broke through that low. So we pushed clean through that measure move there. Nothing yet. I went back and I looked at that. I couldn't really find the measure move off of this, but I remember this was broadening in here, and then there was this little double top in here that had it played out with a push price, just depending on when it made its way through here. Probably back over in here. Didn't happen. Came back up for the back test, little rejection, and created that higher pivot instead of coming back to this trend line here. And here we go again. And this measures into what that um 50 382, something like that. No, it doesn't. Golden pocket. Okay. Which is different than what I'm looking for on the monthly time frame. So yikes. I get more. Maybe we get more. Ooh. Maybe we fade it like we faded this over here. All right, I'm gonna leave that there. May have already had it sitting over here somewhere and turned it off. Nah, I didn't. It did not. Leave that. Time to get excited. Time to get excited already. Nothing really today on earnings. Let's check out tomorrow. Nothing that I would really be interested in. Let's check out this week. Nope. Nothing that I will be taking a look at. I think they meant silence. Huh. Let's take a look at this from Rick61. Trading View has there's a free Trading View, guys, and I'm telling you, you can come in here and you can find some good analysts in here. You really can. Um, there's like two people in here. I haven't looked at that stuff lately, but I like them. They cover a plethora of markets, from forex to stock market to crypto. They're really great. One person's name is Lingrid. I remember her name easily because it's not a lot of females that really, females don't really dominate the space when it comes to technical analysis or trading period or investing period. And so it's always good when I can find a female to follow. So I follow her, Lingrid. Let me see if I can't find her for you. Buy above 88K, target 92.96. So above 88K. So they're saying above this super trend indicator. And there you have it. He said buy above 88K. He would have been on point. You would have got, you would have seen this little bid right here. Or went through that little bid. Unless you waited on the closure above 88K. Which, again, this person was on point. So big ups to them. Just give them a rocket there. Golden Club. Okay. And they got a target in here for 92. Target 1. Hit. Target 2. I think that's probably going to be... Okay, so that's the 786. I'm not looking for that, but it might happen. I'm not looking for it. If anything, I have to move this and just wait for that to happen. That's pretty good. See, who is this? The Gold Global Club. I like them. Okay, just a picture. Yeah, options expiry. True that. All right. Pump this and we break up. Yeah, Bitcoin is looking a lot stronger. Let's take a look at this. We know that we've already done this portion right here. All right, so just breaking above this trend line right here for them. That's a lot. I have to wait for the market to prove that to me. Who else is in here? This is from the 18th. All right, we're coming up a little bit more here for Biddy, which means Ethereum is also coming up a little bit more. I think we looked at this one. I can't read all that. Gonna have to wait on this. Well, that's how it goes. We just have to wait on that. I deleted this portion from my own charts simply because we're disrespecting it. You don't want to leave a line on your chart and it's being disrespected. That's good. Let me take a look at CME. See what CME is looking like. See on the 15th if we left any boogers behind, and we did not. Okay. So no gaps in here. Great. I bet. Remember what we said on Friday? When we first dropped down into here, we started to hold it. We got that push back up. And then, of course, over the weekend, this doesn't really matter. But we're gamma positive. which means market makers buy. So we knew that we would be looking good above here. So we are gamma positive. Boom, 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 boom. This all has to be updated too. In this case, I'm going to use the Bollingers over here because I know we're moving in between these two right here. Just let that keep doing what it's doing. Getting very euphoric. We are very euphoric. What's that previous week high that we hit? So, natural reaction. We just took that liquidity. I said I wanted to flip this into the Bollinger and take it off of those EMA ribbons. I'm going to do it like this instead. We took that liquidity right here. With Ethereum, I know we were getting a bear deal off of that high. I don't think I'm gonna take any trades personally today. I'm gonna let Monday play out. But whatever I was doing, it was gonna be a short because I do still have that short, like I said, from yesterday on Ethereum, which I'm underwater a little bit right now. Not a major concern for me. Um, I guess the only other thing I want to see is fair diving, exaggerated. Nah, exaggerated, exaggerated, but still um, complicated. This is probably like a 50. No, it's not a 50. I just got the worst cramp in my shoulder. Let's see how we did here. 786. It's a nice little top and tail. Should have been over here paying attention. Oh. We're sort of holding the 4 hour candle high. So right here, this candle high. Just trying to see how real this SFP is. If this candle right here being validated or not, if it just come back up, back test golden pocket 786, and then finally come down here and break below this 90. It's because it's a little bit too late to do anything in here other than let it come back first. See if we don't get that. We might not come back up here. This is one big bear div off of that 15 minute. If we're getting it, that would be the short entry. If we're getting it, I'm not gonna advise a limit order here, but if we're getting it, this would be it. Oh, that was 16. That's not terrible. 0.16. It would need to be up against this high. So 0.21. It looks like a lot because we're on a 30-second time frame, but it's really not. And then I would be looking for the ultimate breakdown would be something like that. So 3 to 1, need to extend it down a little bit more for that 3 to 1, but that's something doable. which I'm an early profit taker. I probably wouldn't make it through 3 to 1, but I will give this a shot. Guess we was just taking liquidity over this trend line, trying to find a little fuel to get up here. Didn't come up as high that time. But it's still higher than here. I guess it's not. All right, so I got to drop this. Still gonna wait. I don't want that to be confusing. Dang it. Hmm. I guess it did break that little rising structure. I thought at least I'm not gonna count it out just yet. I'm not gonna take it at this point either, unless it does come back in here. Well, let's see, cause that could be support. Let's see, let's see. I think I gotta adjust this a little bit. I had to adjust it a little bit. And there are no more adjustments to it. So, sorry, I realized what I did. At least not in the next 4 minutes. All right. All right. So, um, I'm not gonna hold anybody up on this here. because I'm not sure how guaranteed we are to get up here to this golden pocket and back test this region right here for this. So this move right here, how I measured it out, that could be a bounce zone for here, at least based on that 15-minute time frame, because that's what I'm using right now when I'm looking at this. I'm on the 30-second, but I'm really gauging the 15-minute time frame. This is basically going to be where your 20 SMA is sitting at. So if it's breaking below this, that's the next point of interest for me, especially when I'm doing a Bollinger Band trade. It's going to be down here to the 20 SMA. 4 hour, on the other hand, again, it is a little bit frothy on the 4 hour time frame, but I wouldn't look for what I was looking for before in terms of a major like drop to the downside. I wouldn't look for that. The chart is looking pretty decent overall. I would just draw a fib and then check what my golden pocket is. If we are going to see some continuation based off of the 4 hour time frame, then that would probably be the low, just where the golden pocket 786 is sitting at. Otherwise, if you're looking to play something like this, you're a little bit too late to want to jump into the short after that SFP from this previous week high over here, this little top and tail candle over here on the 30-second, also top and tail on that 15-minute time frame as well. You'd be a little bit too late, which is why I was trying to give it a chance to get up here to this golden pocket, at least the golden pocket, and then take the short to the downside for a 3 to 1 and potentially a little bit more if it gives it. Like I said, with the 4 hour, it probably could get a little bit more, but I wouldn't look for anything lower than the golden pocket 786 retest off of a 4 hour time frame play. Aside from that, if for some reason this came up and it did not want to hold, I would simply look here to this larger golden pocket retracement here, where we have the 200 EMA and 91,000 right here. It's not that this has to hold as resistance, because price can push through it if it wants to, but in here I would be looking for the short on this 4 hour time frame. And again, I would just pull my fib on it, wherever that would be, and then I would look for that to be my retracement level. You don't change any structure in here, which looks pretty good right now. You may not even make it all the way back down here that low. May not. If this holds through, you probably only come back down here. Right now, what we're looking at over here, that looks about the same. This 89, 834, this 89, 4 right here. I wouldn't see it not wanting to get into this golden pocket. This is just a correction right here, a little small correction until this 4 hour decides it's ready to play out a larger move over here. So that's how I'm chopping this up right here on Bitcoin. Ethereum is going to look a lot like Bitcoin. So, it would be basically the same situation over here. You just put on your 200 EMA on your 4 hour time frame. You're going to be looking for some sort of a rejection through here. And again, it's not that price action can't push through this 200 EMA, because if it chooses to, it can. It can, so just understand that. But frothy on the 4 hour nonetheless. I wouldn't look for this low to be taken. I would just draw my fib again here on Ethereum, and then probably the same situation here with Solana as well. So you can see how Solana was pushing through the 200 EMA, and if it does anymore, I gave these levels in here to watch for. Last few times it did stop out here at the 400 EMA here, and that's at 129, and then we moved a little bit higher to see where price action could possibly come to today. So that's going to be it here for this. And then let's see. As far as the VIX is concerned, I don't have a trend line in here between these, but if VIX did decide to bounce, then I would be looking at this low right here. I do think that, possibly it does make its way all the way back down here before it actually tries to find some sort of support. But if you wanted to, you could do something like this, kind of help you with guidance for price move today. I don't really like this one. I really don't. I would throw it in here. Hold on. No, no, no. Not that. This is way too big for me. Okay. What the problem is. Ooh. Okay. I really lean more towards 1433 before we really see a bounce out of the VIX. But like I said, that'll be a just in case, the same way we did a just in case across here. And you can see how we gap down there. So just in case it wants to bounce up from here. Then I look for a rejection through here at this back at this trend line. Sort of to fill in that gap or something. Aside from that, that's really gonna do it. So yeah, that's really gonna do it. Didn't get to where I was trying to get it to, so I could take an entry on it. Uh, for our 15 minute is going to put in some sort of bullish divergence unless this candle just actually absolutely nukes. And again, I think that support would probably come from here to where this is stalled out at. Just a little bit more is all we needed on this. Unfortunately, that did not happen. So it is a little different from this now. Let me just, because the Bollinger is starting to rise. I just wanted to be sure I zoomed out on the chart, but the Bollinger is starting to rise. So that space is actually like this now. So as you see it jumping, actually, let me just put this back on a 15-minute time frame so we can see that on the Bollinger strategy. Ding, 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 ding. So you can see. You can see this low right here. You can see how that would have been a good entry here at the golden pocket, back up here towards standard deviation 2 if we could have got it. But unfortunately, it looks like we're going to push down here into this. You'll be looking for this to hold that support, and if that doesn't, then like I said, I don't think that this will be something that happens from this point out. So you can zoom out, zoom out. And it's going to look a lot more choppy on a 30-second time frame. But want to see how this support goes. What we're going to do while I sit here and give it a sec. And this is probably just going to draw a fib off of this low. Thank you. Mm-hmm. What I could do. Wasn't really thinking about it. I guess because I don't want the lines on the chart, I have to delete this now because we didn't make it there. I can't remember what I titled the thing. Let's see. Don't do this. I think I did. That's interesting. No, I didn't do this. Hold on. Is this mine? Hmm. MTF. That's what it is. like I said, this is supposed to be your support level right here. If you're not holding here, then I'll be looking lower. I'm gonna put this back on a 15. I'm about to jump out of here. I appreciate anybody who stopped by today to hang out with me. I'm gonna show you why I'm saying that's supposed to be your support right there. At this, why it's supposed to be your support is because of your RSI in here. So if I do it like this and see, so you can see how you're gonna start to break it if you're not holding there. That's why it's supposed to be your support, and just tapped into it right there. So if you're not holding here, you're going to break through here, and then you just look a little bit lower. Might even be able to extend this lower at this point. Um, that's it. Hold on. Let me make sure that doesn't leave there. 30 seconds. I don't play the middle of the range, but that's basically what that was, middle of the range. So RSI mean, that's what that is right there. And I really don't play the middle of the range, so not for me. It would have been a TP because we would have been looking, if we had got to move back into the golden pocket, would have been looking for this to come down as far as to here. This, of course, is going to elevate as time goes on. And if I found what I was looking for. All right, I'm going to call it a stream. It won't be long before market opens. We don't have any data today. I've already walked through and said what I thought about Bitcoin here and what you could look out for. Again, I don't think that price action goes back and takes out the weekend low. I think that we maintain that. The chart looks pretty decent for the most part. 4-hour pullback will take place. And just once again, if for any reason, I we just kind of front ran this golden pocket in here, and where we have the 200 EMA sitting at as well. I think that we can get to this today, and then the 4-hour, of course, is going to give, because the 4-hour is very, you know, It's frothy on the 4-hour time frame, but I wouldn't look for any more than like a golden pocket retracement or something like that. If we get that, might find some support through here where we have these ribbons at, but I wouldn't look for any more than that to the downside. Probably bounce from here, come back up, um, put in that move into that golden pocket and stuff, and then from there, it's a nice catch. And then from there, come down and probably do this golden pocket, but I wouldn't look for more than that. I think we're shaping up to put in break market structure on this lower time frames for a little bit more upside here for Biddy, maybe as much as this 96 right here in the meantime and in between time. So that's what it's my 2 cents. Slight bull div in here, hasn't confirmed just yet, but still slight bull div in here. Where does it confirm? Have to get this candle closed first, and probably be 2 candles after this if it was going to confirm. But we had the bear divs on the move up, so I won't be trying anything from the center of the range. You have to get really overextended for me to be even getting interested in something like this. You have to get really overextended. And right now we're just holding the 50. But you can see the divergence because of how we moved up. You can see off of this low in here. RSI is moving a little bit more speedy through here. Same way price action was moving a little bit more speedy through here for that bear div. Exaggerated on RSI. Very clear here on this Bollinger down here. Broken below the zero line in here. Want to see a reclaim back above there. Some sort of positive confirmation from here for me, even if it's late and not on this golden pocket. Really, you want to see some sort of confirmation, because if this keeps rolling over, you get caught up. You get caught up. You can even look for a break of the momentum back above this trend line too. You could do that as well, but I wouldn't just blindly jump into the golden pocket. Not me. Not here. Even with the bull div, I just wouldn't. Maybe now you can look for that. Maybe now, but I would, nah. I don't like it. Even if I'm late, I'd rather it, be this color, this purple, as opposed to this red. But I have to go. You want a DGN? That was your chance here at the golden pocket. If you're good with waiting, I would wait on the back test to come down a little bit lower than that. previous day high. Catching, I don't really know what you're catching in here besides this 20 SMA. You have a better leg with the support through here from these highs. It's my dog squeezing. Yeah, right now, the other thing here right now too is, let me drop these. Besides that, because you can come back up a little bit, but this is going to reset. This is going to reset and it's going to drop down. Whether it drops down here to the 50, but this white line right here, the signal line, this is going to drop down. So you're trying to do a mean revert off of everything right now. The 20 SMA, the RSI, the commodity China index, all of that's at the mean revert, including the Bollinger. Well, I just said that. MACD is not. MACD is not. That would be the one outlier here would be the MACD. But you can come back up. But you see that big bear div, you can come back up. But in this case, I'll be looking for that short that we were trying to catch beforehand, which was right here at this golden pocket was sitting right here where that previous it was. And now golden pocket 786 is in between it where the standard deviation 2 is at. But I think your luck right now is going to be better for the short. Let that relax a little bit. And nothing new here. So I'm gonna move on. Solana, still the same. Ethereum, the value gap 786. If it gets lucky enough to push into here, that'll be it. Uh, oh, I didn't look at gold today. I did say gold. I mean, there's really nothing to say about it. It held the squeeze through here and broke outside of the range, which was here. The actual measure move we all know is up here for 48, 48.7. It looks pretty good right now. Still holding this ascending trend line. I would switch this now because momentum did guide itself up a little bit more. And I just continue to follow that. So that's that. That looks good. Sure, it has the beautiful feathers. See what MA we following along with. Looks good. I can already see that's moving in between standard 1 and 2. Yeah, so just think of that trend line as your standard 1, your deviation 1. That looks nice. Come back, you'd be looking for an entry off of that line. Didn't see anything wrong. RSI is hefty, but I don't see anything wrong. A little bit of bear divs still. If it comes back, I still will be looking to see if that's a long possibility there. Silver. Nope. Where you at, silver? How's the spider here instead of silver? Hold on. How did that? Hold up. Sorry. Let's go there. Let's go over there. Let's. Oh, I extended that. Hold on. This. I'm going to. What's going on with you, silver? Flagging. Yeah, let's continue up. 15 minute. Uh-oh. I think it will. I hope silver might have a little bit of a pullback in here. It might. Eh, anyway. We called this one the last time. That's why you saw that trend line. I just delete off of it there. But we did catch that one the last time. Eh, it is a little wedgy. From what we could see. Hmm. I'll wait for that low to be taken. But it is throwing out a signal. But you can see how signal can start out good and then it can come back up. And it's usually like the second time it throws it out a lot of times. Because it puts in a bear div. You don't have anything in here that suggests anything like that here. Like you got well, yeah, not really, you don't. Oof. Maybe a little pullback. A little pullback on silver. It's definitely starting to lose some momentum right there. That's all that is. I didn't get a chance to take that. As I think that this was on Friday, and it was on Friday. I didn't get a chance to take that. We already saw Tesla, and you saw where I said that it had swept that liquidity from that previous day low in here. So I was looking for it to come out and stall out in here. We'll see how this goes today. Um, Circle. I mean, you can't go wrong with Circle right now, right? You can't. You can't. It has respected the crap out of these five right here. Still waiting for it to get into this trend line right here for a push to the upside on this, if we're going to get that. Slow. Yeah. This is supposed to be hood. Sure of it. No. Robin Hood with the fat squeeze. Where's my signals at for hood? I guess I took that off. Hold on, what did I just do? I guess I took those off over here. I don't think that's relevant anymore, but I will leave it there. No, I don't think it's relevant anymore. So I'm actually going to take it off. I've chopped it a lot. Guess we'll see if that will happen. So Netflix won that bid. I haven't looked back at Netflix charts since. Won't you look at that? I hadn't looked back at it since. How about that? What was that based on? I have no clue. I don't know. I still feel how I feel about Netflix, especially since they just had to spend all that money too. Um, it might have just been me measuring that. It might have been all that was. I think it was. Yeah, that's all that was. Um, 90 would still be that next target down here. But I still feel the way I feel about Netflix. Got 9 days left on this. I don't like it. Thank you. Might still get that 70-something% pullback on this thing. And that was just 31. So might still get that all the way down here for Netflix. Okay. That's where it was measuring out to this line right here. Yeah, you might still do a 70-something% pullback on this. So that's where you at. And down hole, that's where we'll be at. It's probably gonna this is gonna change slightly uh in the next few days. But right now, this is what it is. That was and is the level that Netflix needs to hold. Got the rate here. You got the SD1 there. It is. It is that. It is that. You can see how it's been rejecting off of that ray. That ray is, I'm doing it here. Let's see that. And this is based on uh, aftermarket. That's how it's drawn off aftermarket. So from here to here, this is October 23rd, 2023, October 2023 to August 2024. Oh no, that's not that one. Yeah, that's what it is. That's the one it is. That's the one it is. The one I just said. To October 2024. So it's that one. It's that one that you're seeing the rejections from right here. And if it starts to lose this again, like down here, be able to pick it up down here somewhere. That's my opinion. I'm gonna stick with it. What I got this in here for? 786. 786 also. Okay. All right. And then what is this one? I got it in here twice. Apparently I got it in here twice. So I can delete. Sometimes I forget that I already got something in here already. Then I go back and my analysis is the same. That's the plus part. I still see it exactly the same. All right, so 786, standard deviation 1. You're not holding it. You coming down. Next fib would be, did I delete this or turn it off? Delete that one. I didn't draw another one. I just know I'm looking at this. Say I did. Draw another one. It would come from this low. Probably here. And bam. Ain't that what I said? I said what I said. Be right down in here. I said what I said. I don't need that. They'll probably send it down. I'm thinking that they would because they just spent a whole bunch of money. That's less money the company has right now. So it would just be a buy the dip opportunity if it did get down there. Because Netflix ain't got no competition. None. All right. Bitcoin. And I'm out. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Held that golden pocket. Yeah. Just squeezing back up to the upside right now, but I will be looking to short this. That's how I feel right now. Not for a whole lot, not to come back down and take out the weekend lows, but just on the premise that the 4 hour will eventually do its little correction in here. And I'll be looking for it. I'm not gonna limit order on this one. I'm gonna let it show me, I'm gonna drop back down to a lower time frame as we come into the golden pocket, see how we're doing with the golden pocket 200 EMA here, just in case it wants to keep pushing up and tap into that 786, this trend line right here. But I will be looking to take the short on this. And I gave it some leeway, just like it broke through over here. And I gave it a 10. I think that's what it was. No, 60. Gave it a sparing room for a 60. That's what I did right here. 63, whatever. I can't be perfect. That's what it did. 60 there, and then when it broke it here, doesn't mean that it does this again. I'm just saying that that's what it did before. So I just try it again and try it again. So that's what I'm looking at. And all of this can hold that support, so it may not even come down this low here. It might not. And this was just the projection. Actually, let me put this right here. This will get moved when I did do the projection for this. That's how I came up with the idea that it would be this. On a 4-hour correction. Let's see what this line is right here. All right, happy trading. If anything comes up, I will post something today. Haven't really done a lot of posting. I mean, we've been a lot of sideways in the crypto market, so I haven't done a whole lot of posting. Nothing's really. I mean, the last time I posted was more so just the macro. Yeah, it really hasn't been anything to say past that. Last time I actually posted on CCM was when I was saying what I said about things in here, which was this, this stuff right here. There hasn't really been a need to update anything. This was like the most important thing in here. That's why I updated on that. When I updated on Ethereum, it was also to let you know where you could catch that bounce from, which was that golden pocket. It was all of this in here for Ethereum. That was the last time I posted. I shared all of this like you see it. So you will be prepared for any of that. We were in here, we were coming down, or we dropped down into here at that time. No, right here. This right here. In this 50%, we had dropped into this right here, I think, at that time. And so that was, and I gave you the details about all of that. So last time I posted, it really hasn't been anything to update. The rest of it's just been sideways price action ever since we got this stuff in here. And the same thing goes for Solana. The last time I updated on Solana, was exactly all the stuff you see in here has already happened when I posted on this. It had not happened yet, but these things have happened, and this was, yeah. Gave you the macro on it, and it has been just been sideways since then. So there's been nothing for me to really update on. Nothing. Not until we actually break from this zone. The rest of it has just been me coming on the stream, looking at lower time frames and stuff like that. But there's just really been nothing else to update on at the moment. You either took your chances on this stuff right through here. The 50% was the first one, and then the point of control in here with the golden pocket, and then this value area low with the 200, the 200 EMA right here, and there's been nothing else. So that's how it's been. That's how it's been. And then I've talked about this, and the only new thing I've thrown in here is this 3-month Bollinger, but that's it. That's it. But my idea of this has all stayed the same. So it's really nothing to update on. I could post up on this because I don't think that I have posted up on this, but I've said it plenty of times on stream. So, but I could post up on that. But that's about it. I don't really have anything to really get into. Nothing. It's a bunch of risky trades off the lower time frames, but that's it. It's starting to look, like I said, looking a lot better. Looking a lot better through here. Where I don't think we'll take out that low. Not right now. I think we go through December, the rest of December and January, easily being able to move the market. That's what I think. Easily being able to move the market now. Just getting that bounce. Nothing else. And then some potential stuff in, stock market, especially this stuff like this Nike, stuff like this. I'm running behind if I really want to buy some of this. It's risky business, especially if it might drop to 20, but this was tariffs. The rest of it was real. But I don't know. It's going to take years to even really, really, really see some returns on this thing right here. Unless it moves up as fast as it drops down, which I doubt. And it's really been nothing else. Oracle's been a lot of talk. We talked about Oracle down here around the standard deviation 1. It swiped it a little bit down through here. But I think that this is 3, right? I think this is 3 every time I show it. Yeah, it's 3. So go to your 3-month time frame. See what you got looking like that. No, I don't feel like getting into that. Oracle's looking pretty good. Like I said then, Oracle wasn't dropping like aggressively. It wasn't dropping aggressively. It's down to 16. Yeah, it wasn't dropping aggressively. So I'd consider getting back into an Oracle position when we were down here, but I got into Uber. I haven't even looked at it. Since I bought into it. I don't even know if I'm up or down on Uber because I didn't bother to look back at it. Let me see where Uber is at. See, it's red right there. Huh. Let me see, where am I at on Uber? Where are we at the day that it's a 16-hour chart. I think we were probably right here. And it did come down. So let me see, where am I at on Uber? Yeah, I'm down a little bit on Uber. I think it was right in here or something. Something like that. Let's see Uber on the 3 month. I should have held Uber when I bought it here. I didn't. Then I tried to get slick. This isn't going to show up. I can tell that already. Oh, it did. Okay. It was breaking through it though. It's probably going to look better on a 6-month chart. Might look better with an EMA. I think that's what I was looking at beforehand. What's this 5? But on the monthly time frame, it was a little bit. Hold on, what was I at? Weekly? I was somewhere. Yeah, I was looking at it here. That's what it was. I was looking at it here. All right, we're underneath that now. We're underneath this weekly level, and then we got this 72.94. It looks about right. I'll just buy a little bit more if it comes right here. But I am down. Not that much. Like, I mean, I don't know. Coming from crypto, 3% ain't hurting me. 3% is not hurting. I put no raise on this. No raise. We get into here, I buy a little bit more. If not, then I won't. I buy a little bit more here. And then if it does that, then I'll buy a little bit more here. Obviously, this would be the ray. Right where this 60 is sitting at. Yeah. It's a big bear div. Obviously, that's a big bear div. Otherwise, I would have seen another one up there. I guess I am gonna be buying some more. Ah, hilarious. Hilarious. I will be buying some more. You gonna have no choice. I don't know why I'm still here. The market has opened. Market has opened. Rejected off of that. That's why I don't play the middle of the range. Just let it leave the middle of the range. Either come back up here and look for the short, or come down through here and look for the long, but not the middle of the range. Tesla popped up there. That little booger, that's why I don't play with it. It's 9,000. Tesla bar right here. Power alerts. Spy. None of this is new. None of that's new. Nvidia. Video was already looking good. Look at Netflix rolling over. Google rolling over. Apple rolling over. That's some video right now. It had threw out some signals right here on this 1 hour. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. Yeah, everybody trying to run behind that pump on Tesla. It's euphoric. It's euphoric. It's that's gonna come back in. That's the SFP Tesla. I don't play with it though. I'm not gonna play with it. a shot on Tesla and look at small moves. Very div on Tesla. Very div on Tesla. That's right. Put that down. Put it down. Very div on Tesla. Possible SFP, like I said, on Tesla. I wouldn't yeah, that's gonna drop. Well, not drop, but lower time frame, you can catch something off that. All right, I love you. Appreciate you for coming by today. There's really nothing to talk about, really nothing going on. So I'm really sorry. We're getting very little price action when I start streaming. So might be time to change my time on the stream. I try to look for preparation for market open, but it's too dead. It's too dead and really it's doing nothing until market actually opens. Bitcoin. I I'm gonna drop this. Let's see. Second time, no bueno. Use your commodity channel index. I'm telling you that. And CCI, especially with that signal, I would set it on 20. I mean, that's what I use. I use 20. I'm really paying more attention to where that signal line is sitting at in regards to the 100s, positive 100 and negative 100. And if it's still sitting all the way up at 100 and you see it pop back up, it's probably going to put in some sort of a bear div, but it's going to reset. And the 4 hour still has to reset. So, yeah, yeah. 4 hours still going to have to reset. Unless it just stays up there. QQQs, a lot of puts coming in on QQQ, a lot on SPY as well. Somebody feeling good about Intel right now? It's not a lot. Size is not a lot. All right. Yeah, I keep saying all right, and I'm leaving. I'm still here, but I'm really leaving. I'm really leaving. See you tomorrow. If I get up in the morning and the stream, and the market really isn't moving much, I'm probably going to have to push my streaming time to something more favorable. Um, I just try to stay out of the way of. Um, I don't know. We'll see. Enjoy the rest of your day.